Testing one, testing two. Good morning, everybody. Today we are testing the audio on the live stream.
that's I can at least read. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of our meeting here. Those who were here yesterday will know that something went awry with the reading of the necrology. So we're going to try again today with the correct list. So I'll ask you to stand while I read the names of members we have lost since the last report. David Baltimore on September 6th, 2025, at age 87, elected in 1997. Clyde Barker on October 2nd, 2025, at age 93, elected in 1997. Thomas Bisson on June 28th, 2025, at age 94, elected in 1975. Mary Gaillard on May 23rd, 2025, at age 86, elected in 2000. Richard Garwin on May 13th, 2025, at age 97, elected in 1979. Jane Goodall on October 1st, 2025, at age 91, elected in 1988. John Gurdon on October 7th, 2025, at age 92, elected in 1983. A.J. Hudspeth on August 16th, 2025, at age 79, elected in 2015. Peter Lax on May 16th, 2025, at age 99, elected in 1996. Jonathan Lear on September 22nd, 2025, at age 76, elected in 2019. Alistair McIntyre on May 21st, 2025, at age 96, elected in 2006. Bill Moyers on June 26th, 2025, at age 91, elected in 1995. Michael Putnam on August 19th, 2025, at age 91, elected in 1998. John Searle on September 17th, 2025, at age 93, elected in 2010. David Souter on May 8th, 2025, at age 85, elected in 1994. David Tracy on April 29th, 2025, at age 86, elected in 2020. James D. Watson on November 6th, 2025, at age 97, elected in 1977. Chen Yang on October 18th, 2025, at age 103, elected in 1964. Thank you. On a brighter note about the living, I'll just report that today is the 90th birthday of our member, Harry Gray. So we now bring in another class of members for induction. You need that chair over there, don't you? I need that chair for dumping stuff over there.
Will Dr. John Avise please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present John Avise, Professor Emeritus of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology at the Charlie Dunlop School of Biological Sciences at the University of California, Irvine. His research uses molecular markers to analyze ecological, behavioral, and evolutionary processes in nature. And this is used to elucidate molecular and evolutionary properties of various protein and DNA molecules. Dr. Avise was among the first scientists to introduce mitochondrial DNA to population biology, which laid the foundation for phylogeography, which may sound like an easy word to pronounce, but is not, a field for which he is recognized as the founding father.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Got it.
Will Dr. Alejandro de Avila please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Alejandro de Avila, botanist, anthropologist, and director of the Ethnobotanical Garden in Oaxaca, Mexico, established in 1993 with the help of artist Francisco Toledo. Dr. de Avila has held teaching and research positions at numerous academic institutions in Mexico, and he is credited with the establishment of the first Mexican office of the World Wildlife Fund. He has published more than 80 works on traditional knowledge of plants and fungi, community conservation of nature, early biological documentation in Mexico, and the history of textile arts in Mesoamerica. His work as a curator includes 54 exhibitions presented at museums around the world, including the United States. Dr. de Avila is also involved in environmental and cultural activism through ProAx, a nonprofit organization focused on environmental and cultural protection in Oaxaca, Mexico.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Will Miss Louise Bryson please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Louise Bryson, Chair Emerita of the J. Paul Getty Trust and co-founder and chair of the Getty Conservation Council. Ms. Bryson had a 34-year-long career in media, starting first as a writer and producer for public television. She served as president of distribution at Lifetime Entertainment Services, and as Executive Vice President and General Manager of Lifetime Movie Networks. As Senior Vice President of FX Networks, Ms. Bryson represented Fox-owned and affiliated stations in negotiations with all US cable and satellite companies and launched FX in 1994, which was then the largest distribution in cable history.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. No, come over. Photo. Of course. Right. Got it.
Will President Michael Crow please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from this President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Michael Crow, Distinguished Regents President of Arizona State University. As President of ASU, he has led the school's rapid and groundbreaking transformation into being one of the world's best public metropolitan research universities. Prior to joining ASU, he served as Executive Vice Provost at Columbia University and Professor of Science and Technology Policy in the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia. President Crow is an advocate for new and creative public university models that advance both academic excellence and broad accessibility, and for the comprehensive redesign of higher education to educate large numbers of qualified students while leveraging discovery and accessibility.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations, Mike.
Will Dr. Alan Garber please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from this President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Alan Garber, President of Harvard University, where he also holds the titles of Professor of Healthcare Policy at Harvard Medical School, Professor of Economics in the Harvard Faculty of Arts and Sciences, Professor of Public Policy in the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and Professor in the Department of Health Policy and Management in the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Before his appointment as president, Dr. Garber served as Harvard's provost. Prior to his tenure at Harvard, Dr. Garber was the Henry J. Kaiser Jr. Professor of Medicine, as well as the Professor of Economics, Health Research and Policy, and Economics in the Graduate School of Business at Stanford University.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Photo. Have to look presidential, you know.
Then the tie comes off.
Yeah, right.
Will Dr. Larry Kramer please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Larry Kramer, President and Vice Chancellor of the London School of Economics and Political Science. He previously served as President of the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation and Dean of Stanford Law School. He previously had taught at the University of Chicago, the University of Michigan, and New York University. As President of the Hewlett Foundation, Mr. Kramer was instrumental in launching new efforts to respond to pressing and timely problems, such as challenges related to political polarization and cybersecurity. During his tenure at Stanford, he spearheaded significant educational reforms, pioneering a new model of multidisciplinary legal studies while enlarging the clinical education program and incorporating a public service ethos.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Please come here. Got it.
Will the Honorable Goodwin Liu please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Goodwin Liu, Associate Justice of the California Supreme Court. Before joining the state's highest court, Justice Liu was Professor of Law and Associate Dean at the University of California, Berkeley. His primary area of expertise are constitutional law, education law and policy, and diversity in the legal profession. Justice Liu continues to teach constitutional law as a visiting professor at Harvard Law School, Columbia Law School, and Stanford Law School. He previously had helped launch the AmeriCorps National Service Program as Senior Program Officer for Higher Education at the Corporation for National Service. He also, as I understand it, is the chair of the board for another institution in Boston, founded 37 years after the American Philosophical Society.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Got it. Thanks.
Will Dr. Hazel Rose Markus please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Hazel Markus, the David Brack Professor in the Behavioral Sciences and co-director of Stanford Spark at Stanford University. She is also the former director of the Research Center for Comparative Studies in Race and Ethnicity at Stanford. A social and cultural psychologist, Dr. Markus's research focuses on the role of self in regulating behavior and on how people are shaped by and can shape their many cultures, including those of nation or region or origin, gender, social class, race, or ethnicity. Her recent work investigates how culture matters for public health, economic development, and sustainability. It includes both theoretical and empirical research on what culture is, how it works, and how to change it.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Will Dr. Edvard Moser please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Edvard Moser, professor at the Kavli Institute for Systems Neuroscience at the Norwegian University for Science and Technology. He previously taught at the University of Edinburgh and the University College of London. Dr. Moser's research focuses on how spatial location and spatial memory are computed in the brain. This work, conducted with longtime collaborator Mae Britt Moser, included the discovery of a type of brain cell that is important for determining one's position in space. For their discovery of these grid cells, Edvard and Mae Britt, along with neuroscientist John O'Keefe, were awarded the 2014 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Will Dr. Richard Powell please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Richard Powell, John Spencer Bassett Professor of Art and Art History at Duke University and the former editor-in-chief of the Art Bulletin. A respected authority in African American art and culture, Dr. Powell has curated exhibits for major art museums. Among them are the Art Institute of Chicago, the Los Angeles County Museum, and the Whitney Museum of American Art. His major exhibits highlight Black culture in America, touching on the Harlem Renaissance, blues and jazz, and racial imagery in art and cinema. In his research, Dr. Powell explores topics ranging from primitivism to postmodernism. In his most recent book, Going There, Black Visual Satire, examines satirical cartoons, paintings, films, and videos by modern and contemporary African American artists.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Got it. That's it.
You should say something.
Sorry?
Do you want to introduce?
Yes, yes. So we will now turn to a relatively new feature of our meetings, a report on the state of the society by our CEO, Patrick Spiro, before we move into the papers for the morning. So, Patrick.
Yeah. Thank you, Roger. And as Roger mentioned, this is a relatively new feature of our meetings, but we thought it would be a great way to update people on things happening at the society, things that we've accomplished, but some of the things we hope to do in the future. And in November, I got to get the clicker. In November, I gave you an update on all that we had done in 2024. And so for the November meeting, I wanted to share with everybody some of the accomplishments that have happened since our April meeting, along with some of our plans for 2026. And I hope that you all may have ideas as we continue to develop plans for 2026 and beyond. So first off, the big news from April to now is that we are here in La Jolla. Hosting a West Coast meeting has long been an aspiration for the Society. The last one we held was in 2006, and it was part of our strategic plan. So this was a test, and I think we see that this is a proof of concept here. We're having a fantastic time in the West Coast. We've connected with members who we haven't seen before or we haven't seen in a long time. And everybody's been asking me, so is this going to be a regular part of the Society? So my short answer is yes. My longer answer is there's a caveat or two. First off, this was only made possible because of the generosity of Sarah Miller McCune, the founder of Sage Publications. We would not be able to do it without her support. There's a lot of additional costs that come with holding a meeting in a space that you don't own, that you don't control. So first off, we would need to find funding for that. The second thing that we've really learned is we would love to find a longer-term partner for a West Coast regular meeting, whether it's an institution or some other organization where we could have almost a home for these meetings and get into a system with them. So if you have ideas for places on the West Coast where we might partner with on a longer term for these type of meetings, again, we're all ears and would love to hear your thoughts and ideas. As you can see, our attendance this weekend, tracks with what we usually experience in Philadelphia. We have about 250 people registered over the course of the 3 days, and I want to highlight in particular the number of inductions that we are having here in the West Coast. This is almost a record. Our record was November 2024 with 31. We matched it this year with 30, and I think that's because we are bringing the APS beyond our ancestral home in Philadelphia and really asserting that we are a national institution, the American Philosophical Society. Some of the other things that have happened, you probably have received emails and maybe you've seen it on your social media feeds, but one of the things that we heard in the April meeting from our members were asking what the society could do more in order to show the importance of research to American society. In April, we heard from our members how concerned they were with the changes in American society, particularly dealing with support for research and the place of science and scholarship in American society. So we listened to members at the April meeting. We also polled the membership via email for ideas, and we hired a communication consultant to help us think through the future of communications at the Philosophical Society. And we came up with a strategic plan, a communications plan informed by members, informed by our consultant, and we're calling it Useful Knowledge. And this plan has three objectives. The first is to demonstrate, to use our various platforms to demonstrate the importance of research and scholarship to American society over time, including most especially today. And to assert the APS's long and continued commitment to the pursuit of knowledge as something that is in the public good. And finally, to showcase the scholarship and the discoveries that the APS itself has either supported through research grants or has honored through membership or through its prizes or other ways and programs. And our strategy was to embrace new media, to embrace a number of different platforms, to project this message to as many people as we possibly could. And I want to thank Brenna Holland, who has spearheaded this on an interim basis. She is both the director of programs and our interim communications manager, because we realized it was important to have somebody owning this project and who had the ability and skills and vision to do it. So thank you, Brenna, for that. And I can show you some early successes that we've had. So one of the things that we heard is that video is where a lot of eyeballs are, and the society has so much great content through our meetings, through our public lectures. We have so much content we can push out via YouTube and other platforms and medias if we embrace more video. And so Brenna's done that in a variety of different ways, and what you can see is year over year, the number of subscribers to our channel, so these aren't viewers, these are subscribers to the APS's YouTube channel, have increased by 20% year over year, and we expect that's only going to grow even more dramatically in the months to come. One of the centerpieces of this campaign is something we're calling Words of Wisdom, and this is a direct result of the ideas that came from the membership. I can't tell you how many people emailed us with ideas that the APS should leverage its membership, its history, its traditions to show how important research and the pursuit of science and knowledge has been to American society and prosperity over time. So the society and its staff went through the archives, and we were able to collect over 60 important quotes made by members past and present that show how important the pursuit of knowledge has been to American society. And what you can see here in the graphs is the impact that we're having with this project. The gray line there is what our usual social media posts get. Our words of wisdom have gone viral, and they're reaching tens of thousands of people. And each one is meant to show to Americans how important this has been over time, and it also makes a statement of who the APS is and what we stand for, and I'll read that for you right now. Every post has this. Since 1743, APS members have sustained its mission, speaking out with conviction that intellectual inquiry and critical thought are inherently in the best interest of the public. So we expect this to only grow in time, and I encourage you all, if you know of great quotes, if you have something you yourself want to have said, email us. We're happy to use this platform to project that out to the world. The other thing I want to share with you is during this communication study, we got feedback. They interviewed, this consultancy interviewed a wide range of APS stakeholders, as they call them, and they came back with us with what they thought was something of a contradiction that the APS had to solve. They said, on the one hand, we heard from a lot of people that the APS is this venerable, august, tradition-bound institution. But we also heard from a lot of people that it's this entrepreneurial, innovative, cutting-edge institution. And they said, how are you going to solve that? And my own thinking is that we are both. And that's the great thing about the American Philosophical Society. And that's what I think this Words of Wisdom is doing, where we are leveraging our history, our traditions, our august nature in a new entrepreneurial way to have an impact today. And I think as I talk through all the things the Society has done since April, I think you're going to see this combination of being a venerable institution that is also innovative and entrepreneurial, running through everything that we do at the Philosophical Society. So some of the other things that have happened since April, I think one of the greatest accomplishments we've had is launching the Revolutionary City, a portal to the nation's founding. Now, this has been a multi-year project that began with just an idea almost a decade ago. We partnered, we had an idea that for 2026, the 250th of 1776, we'd create an online digital repository that documents the history of the American Revolution in Philadelphia. We started with 3 partners. We got a grant, a leadership grant from the IMLS with the idea that to ask us if we could test this, if we could make this type of platform work in which we have multiple institutional partners all feeding into a common repository. Can you actually do that? We proved the proof of concept with 3 partners. We received significantly more funding after that to implement it. This project continues to grow. Today we have 9. Are there more, Michelle? No. 9 right now, and we just got funding for a mobile digitization lab. This mobile digitization lab is going to go around to small archives and libraries who don't have the capacity to digitize this material, to go to private collectors, to digitize their materials for the public good. And that currently, we have over 65,000 pages in this digital repository. It's open 24/7, access anywhere in the world at any time. And perhaps the most innovative part of this entire project is that in-house, the Society developed an AI tool that will transcribe 18th century handwriting. So think about this problem. I have 3 kids, oldest is 16, the youngest is 10. They don't use cursive. 18th century handwriting, 19th century handwriting, 20th century handwriting, which cursive was the primary way of corresponding, is going to be a foreign language to them. So the Society, through its Center for Digital Scholarship, was able to in-house develop an AI tool that is over 90% accurate in transcribing 18th century handwriting, unlocking this entire archive to a whole new generation of future scholars. Now, the other ways the Society supports innovation is through the direct funding of the next generation of scholars. And here's a graph that showcases the amount of grants that we've provided since April. In the library, we've provided over 55 grants. These are fellowships that come to the Philosophical Society, conduct research in the library. And you can see there that our acceptance rate is about 1/3. So we always can offer more fellowship. There's a lot of need out there. The other thing I want to highlight is this is 55 fellowships. It doesn't represent how many months they receive. I believe we provide over 120 months of fellowship every year. So to put that in different terms, that's 10 years of research support for every year. We're supporting 10 years of research support through fellowships. And then, of course, we have our grants program that goes back to 1933 that now provides over 240 grants, sending scholars around the world to conduct research in all fields, from anthropology to zoology. And I talked about how we continue to evolve, that we are an innovative organization. And I think the grants program really represents how we're both venerable and evolving. So the grants program was created in 1933, but it hasn't just stayed the same. It has evolved as scientific and research interests have changed. And this year marks the 20th anniversary of our newest funding scheme. That's the Lewis and Clark grants. These are grants to provide support in field work to early career scholars. This year not only marks our 20th anniversary, but it's also the year in which we funded our 1,000th, we crossed the 1,000 grantee mark, and we've also finally succeeded in supporting research on all 7 continents. And to mark that, we had a great conference in Philosophical Hall to bring these scholars. Many of our grant recipients just receive funding from the Philosophical Society. They never come and interact with us. So we had a conference to bring these alumni to Philadelphia to share the work that they've been doing and to build connections among themselves. Because our goal is to fund early career scholars, but to continue to support them and be a space for their intellectual development throughout the course of their career. So not only are we having a conference, but we're also going to publish this in our transactions. So we're continuing to support their scholarship through publication as well. Which brings me to the press, which maybe is our most entrepreneurial recent endeavor, but also speaks to the venerable nature of the Philosophical Society. So the APS Press is, we claim, and no one's corrected us, the longest continuously operating scholarly press in North America, begun in 1771 and having been in continuous operation ever since. A few years ago, as we did a strategic study of the press and its operations and what its future could be, we realized that we really needed to relaunch the press. So even though it may be the oldest program of the Philosophical Society, it also feels like a startup right now. And what we've decided is we want the press to reflect the APS and its motto that you can see here on this seal, nullo discrimine, that we support research in all fields. And we want our press to be a space in which conversations are started through our publications. And you can see that in our list for 2025. We have a memoir written by Neil Rudenstein. We have a book on the history of science that asked, why did the Hindenburg have a smoking lounge? Essays and unintended consequences. A work on art history from early America, Thomas Sully, whose studio was actually housed in Philosophical Hall. But we also have something by Cass Sunstein, an APS member, The Imperfect Oracle, What AI Can and Cannot Do. So I hope you all will consider purchasing some of these books. I think they're enlightening. But I also want you to know that our press can be a home for you and your work, just like it was for Cass Sunstein and Neil Rudenstein. So that's what we've done. I now want to look ahead to let you all know what we have planned for you and us in 2026. So as I mentioned, 2026 is the 250th anniversary of 1776, and we have a robust slate of programs to mark that anniversary. So first off, our April meeting in 2026 is really going to look at the meaning and legacy and multiple legacies of the Declaration of Independence. We also want to examine the health of democracy and governing today in the United States and beyond. So I think it's going to be a powerful 3 days, and I hope you all will consider coming to Philadelphia for it. We also, in this meeting, want to showcase the importance of international collaboration. And so we've invited leaders from learned societies around the globe to come and talk about the state of science and funding in their countries. And we've secured Paul Nurse, Nobel laureate, and president of the Royal Society to lead us off in that conversation on the Wednesday. We also have partnered with the Royal Society for a joint conference in July of 1776 in London. So I hope you all may be willing to travel to London. It's going to be a fantastic 2 days of symposium. The organizing principle is to mark the other anniversaries of 1776, which include Adam Smith's publication of The Wealth of Nations, Edward Gibbon's publication of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which at that time was about not just the Roman Empire that was falling, but another contemporary empire. And it's also going to mark, of course, the Declaration of Independence. And then finally, in 1776 is when James Cook undertook his final expedition around the globe. So this conference is going to use each one of those anniversaries not to look at the past, but at the future. So the question is, what is the future of global geopolitics? What is the future of global economics? What is the future of science? And of course, what is the future for democracy. And so I hope you'll all consider coming. We're putting together the program right now. It's going to be followed, we hope, by 3 days of experiential behind-the-scenes touring in London for APS members and friends who can make it for those 3 days. So please consider joining us there. At each one of our meetings, we're also going to be awarding our 3 chief highest honors. That's the Magellanica Premium. This is the longest continuously operating scientific prize in the United States. It was created in the 1790s. We hope to award that at the Royal Society. And then at each of our meetings, we're going to award the Thomas Jefferson Prize, which honors signal contributions in the arts, humanities, and social sciences, and the Benjamin Franklin Prize for public service. Moving ahead also, aside from these events, our library is really extending its reach globally through its David Center. They're hosting a conference in Hong Kong where they're going to have a convening to talk about the meaning of democracy and sovereignty in Hong Kong. In Philadelphia, we're going to have, of course, in June, a meeting that looks at the meanings of the Declaration of Independence. And then in Paris, the French who supported the American Revolution, they're hosting us for a conference in Paris in October. And then around the country itself, we receive funding to organize a series of public events that showcase the importance of science in American society. And the idea is to take a scientist who was revolutionary in the 18th century and pair them with a scientist who's revolutionary in the 21st century, with the idea that they can reflect on the legacies of scientists before them, but also talk about how important science is for today and the future. And we're taking this around the country. We're going to host an event here in La Jolla with Kim Prather. We're going to be in DC with Marcia McNutt. We're going to be in Boston with Sarah Seeger, Philadelphia with Paul Offit, and then Tucson with our friend and new member, Alejandro. So if you're interested in attending these or learning more about them, by all means, reach out. So the last thing I want to end on is how do we do all that we do? We get asked that all the time. And these graphs give you a sense on the society and its operations. So our budget is a little bit more than $14 million. We do have an endowment that supports some of our operations. This is a remarkable endowment that goes back to the 18th century and really reflects generations of generosity from APS members, from former Grant and Fellowship alumni, and from friends and supporters of the Philosophical Society. And this continues to grow as generosity continues to flow into the society. But we still need additional support. You can see there on that graph, the orange line is what our endowment supports, our restricted endowment supports for operations, while the blue line reflects the unrestricted support we need to do what we do. And as you can see there, the library, this remarkable library with 14 million pages of manuscripts, with a museum that reaches around 100,000 people a year, has some support, but it needs a lot more. And you can go down to the press, our facilities, which are extremely costly. You all have been to the Philosophical Society. You know that we're stewarding buildings that date to the 18th century that were financed by Benjamin Franklin. This requires an enormous amount of care. This is like a national treasure, an artifact that we have to care for. And we have no meaningful endowment support for our facilities. So we're taking some steps to address these things. So for instance, we have now instituted a deferred maintenance fund. Every year we're trying to put away a portion of our budget to support the campus's needs. You can see there 2 pressing needs of the society. We have these balustrades that are about to fall. You can see they're rotting. We're now going to fund a project to restore them. And these windows in Philosophical Hall are in disrepair, and it's energy inefficient. It makes for difficult work environment. I asked John Wolfe how old these windows are, and he looked at me and he said, I think they might be from 1790. Now, the repair of these windows are going to cost, we learned, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And to give you a sense of another need, our library, which is our youngest building, which was built in 1960, was installed with what's called Phase 2 electrical wiring. A lot of our important infrastructure now requires Phase 3 wiring. Now, they make adapters for some of these things, but the other thing John Wolfe tells me is that these adapters are pretty soon going to fade away. And we need to reinstall an entirely new electrical system in Library Hall that is going to cost close to $400,000. So I can't overemphasize how important the unrestricted giving is that we get from our members, from our friends, and from our alumni. And I want to thank all of those who have already given to our annual fund. That is how we make up the difference between the endowment and what we need. So I want to thank all those that have given and all those that intend to give this year. And we've had some success recently to help, and I want to highlight some of these successes. So for instance, we've received 2 large bequests from former Grant and Fellowship alumni to support our Center for Native American and Indigenous Research. We've received great support from 2 great APS members. As I mentioned, Sarah Miller-McCune has supported and underwritten this conference for us. And Martine Rothblatt has contributed $250,000 for the 250th, which is allowing us to do our work with the Royal Society. We've also received a request from an APS friend to create a long-term Franco-American symposium to explore the continued importance and meaning of the Enlightenment. And a former press author has donated $100,000 to support our operations. The Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation have given us $500,000 to support our new Center for the History of Science for 3 years, and we need to continue to that support so we can build out the Center for the History of Science. And finally, we received $700,000 to continue to support the Revolutionary City, because even though 2026 marks the 250th, that digital portal is our contribution to posterity. I get asked all the time, what is your legacy project going to be for the 250th? The legacy project is going to be the Revolutionary City portal. It's a digital archive that is going to require continued care and stewardship, just like our physical collections. And so these type of grants allow us to continue to steward that resource into the future. So that's what we have going on. I would love to talk to you about any of the things we're doing, or if you have ideas for some things that we could also do in addition to all that. So thank you for your time, and again, I look forward to seeing you around the next couple days. Nina Jablonski, our Vice President.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nina Jablonski, one of the Vice Presidents of the APS, and I want to welcome you again. I hope you feel all uplifted and energized by Patrick's report. I certainly do, and I hope that the new inductees are especially inspired by this, because the APS is indeed a vibrant and increasingly active institution, growing all the time. And to show that we're moving ahead, we're going to put our new inductees to work today. Several of them will be on the dais here, and I want to first welcome the Honorary Goodwin Liu. Goodwin is the Associate Justice of the California Supreme Court and recently inducted APS member. Before joining the court in 2011, Justice Liu was Professor of Law and Associate Dean at the University of California, Berkeley Law School. A specialist in constitutional law, educational law and policy, and diversity in legal profession, Justice Liu continues to teach constitutional law at Columbia University. Early in his career, Justice Liu clerked for Justice David Tatel, another APS member we know well, and later for Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Since joining the California Supreme Court, Justice Liu has authored majority opinions in cases of constitutional law, mental health, violent crimes, criminal procedures, among many others. He also joined the court in his unauthorized opinion, unauthored opinion, that posthumously addressed the discriminatory exclusion of Hong Yen Chung from the California State Bar in 1890 under the California Exclusion Act. Justice Liu's talk today is titled Deliberative Pathways in Judicial Decision-Making. Please welcome me in joining Justice Liu to the dais.
Good morning. Such an honor to be here, and thank you, Nina, thank you, Roger, thank you, Patrick, for welcoming me. I must begin by saying that it was very humbling and to listen to the in memoriam this morning. A lot of sober admiration for all those folks. And then it also dawned on me that that bodes well for my longevity as a member of this organization. So hopefully there's some cause and effect there. It is true that I am chairman of the board of that other honorary society based in Cambridge. John Adams and Ben Franklin were well-known rivals. One commentator I read wrote that to Franklin, this is this person's words, to Franklin, Adams was a paranoid arrogant, by-the-book nuisance. To Adams, Franklin was a lazy, immoral, cunning phony who hogged the spotlight. It's nice to see how far we've come since those days. So I had planned to give some remarks on how decision processes affect outcomes on multi-member courts. But lately it seems that everyone I encounter asks me with some urgency some version of the question, can the courts save democracy? I'm guessing many of you have this question, so I have decided to toss my script and pivot to this topic. The Supreme Court began its new term this last month, and it has at least 3 major cases on its docket challenging assertions of presidential power. One is the tariff case, which was argued last week. A second one has to do with whether the president can remove a Federal Reserve governor or a member of the Federal Trade Commission without cause, which will determine the fate of so-called independent agencies in our government. The third asks whether the president can deploy the National Guard in Chicago. And many people expect the court to take up a fourth case on the meaning of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment. Can the court save democracy? Well, that's not exactly a yes or no question, but the idea seems to be that democracy depends on the rule of law, and it's the job of courts to enforce the law, even when, or maybe especially when, it is transgressed by a zealous executive. That idea, of course, has particular resonance given the history of our country, the founding history. And I bet a nickel that somewhere in the briefs and opinions in the cases I just mentioned, there will be a citation to Marbury versus Madison, and its most famous line, it is emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is. This quote is a favorite teaching tool for constitutional law professors because of its choice of words. First, it's the job of courts to say what the law is, not what it should be. In other words, description, not prescription. But is that really possible when what the law is deeply contested? Second, it's the job of the courts to say what the law is. But what law? Of course, courts must interpret ordinary laws like statutes, but is the Constitution law in the ordinary sense? And how does one say what the law is when it comes to vague provisions like freedom of speech or executive power? And what about natural law? Does it have a role in judging in our current era of legal positivism? Third, it is emphatically the province and duty of courts to say what the law is. Does that mean always? Are there questions of law that courts should not resolve? Should courts say what the law is even when they can't provide an effective remedy? And are courts the only branch of government with the province and duty to say what the law is? Okay, so this is more than we can tackle in 30 minutes. But I mention these questions to suggest that many of the issues relevant today have always been with us since the beginning of the country. And Marbury, which is now cited as authority for the power of judicial review, did not in fact settle whether, when, or how courts are to say what the law is. Marbury was a contest between the court and the executive branch, so it's worth a brief trip, I think, down memory lane to discover any lessons it might hold for today. This will be review for some of you, the lawyers in the room, the historians and such. Hopefully it will be of historical interest to all of you and maybe a kind of level setting for your observations about the legal system and the court for the years to come. So as many of you know, the events at issue in Marbury occurred in 1801 in the aftermath of a presidential election that made Federalist John Adams, a lame duck, as Republican Thomas Jefferson prepared to take office on March 4th of that year after defeating Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot in Congress. The election had also flipped Congress to Republican control, and Adams, in his waning days, sought to make the judiciary into a Federalist stronghold. On January 20th, 1801, Adams nominated his Secretary of State, John Marshall, to be Chief Justice. Marshall was actually Adams's second choice, after John Jay, America's first Chief Justice, declined to re-up for the role. Marshall was confirmed and took office on February 4th, but continued to serve as Secretary of State concurrently until the end of Adams's term. Imagine that. Next, Adams got Congress to pass two pieces of important legislation in the lame duck. One was the Circuit Courts Act, creating 16 judgeships to be filled all by Federalists, which they did. And the other was a statute authorizing Adams to appoint 42 justices of the peace for the District of Columbia and Alexandria. The Senate confirmed all 42 on March 3rd, one day before Jefferson's inauguration. Adams signed the commissions. Marshall affixed the United States seal to all these commissions. And then around midnight on March 3rd, Marshall's brother, James, scrambled to deliver all these commissions, but 4 went undelivered. And one of these belonged to a Georgetown businessman named William Marbury, who had campaigned for Adams. The next day, Jefferson took office with Marshall administering the oath. A side note is that Marshall and Jefferson were related. Their mothers were first cousins. It's a very small country back then. Jefferson then promptly ordered his new Secretary of State, James Madison, to hold all the commissions that had not been delivered. Okay. So, on December 16th of that year, 1801, Marbury filed suit in the Supreme Court of the United States seeking a writ of mandamus against Madison to compel delivery of his commission. Now, a writ of mandamus is just a fancy word for a court order compelling an official to do a duty that he has failed to do. The court set the case for argument in June of 1802, 6 months essentially after the filing. But in early 1802, the Republican Congress, new Republican Congress, seeking to undo Adams's lame duck maneuvers, repealed the Circuit Courts Act, rescinding the 16 new judgeships held by the Federalists, and for good measure, eliminated the entire 1802 term of the United States Supreme Court. What we are doing today is child's play, I'm going to tell you, compared to what they did back then. And they did that to prevent the court from hearing any case testing the constitutionality of the repeal of the Circuit Courts Act. Okay. That is why Marbury's suit, filed in 1801, was not heard and decided until 1803, They skipped a year. Okay. And at the hearing, which was in February of 1803, only Marbury's lawyer appeared. Madison, on Jefferson's instruction, did not acknowledge the suit at all, not even through counsel. Hence the dilemma. If the Federalist Court ruled for Marbury, it would look political. It was clear that Madison would ignore the ruling, and the court had no way to enforce it. But if the court ruled for Madison, then Jefferson would have prevailed by doing nothing, and the court would appear powerless to check the president. Okay. The decision was announced only a couple weeks after the hearing on February 24th in 1803, with Chief Justice Marshall reading it aloud in the living room of the Stells Hotel in Washington, D.C., where one of the justices, Salmon Chase, was confined because of illness. The opinion is quite long, and apparently it took 4 hours to read. Marbury versus Madison is, of course, considered a great decision, but whatever might be said in its favor, it is not widely regarded as an exemplary work of legal reasoning. And let me explain why. Chief Justice Marshall's opinion covers many issues. I'll mention just a few. The first question Marshall addresses is, does Marbury have a right to the commission? Now, addressing this issue as the first one is quite odd in several respects. Whether Marbury had a right to the commission is obviously at the heart of the case. It is what we would call the merits of the controversy. But there are at least two preliminary issues that Marshall arguably should have addressed first. The first of those is, should Marshall have recused himself? Marshall was not just a percipient witness to the underlying events. As Adams' Secretary of State, he was personally involved in the issuing of the disputed commission, and his brother James was tasked with delivering the commissions and failed to deliver Marbury's. So it appears that there were some potential conflicts of interest that would, at the very least, under kind of contemporary sensibilities, require disclosure, if not recusal. Okay, but it's a small country, so this issue goes unmentioned in the opinion. Second, and maybe more importantly, as every judge knows, the first question before reaching the merits of any case is whether the court has jurisdiction over the controversy. If the court lacks jurisdiction, then the case must be dismissed, and the court has no authority to decide anything on the merits. And here there were two issues that suggested a problem. The first is that Madison did not appear, signaling that he and Jefferson believed the court had no jurisdiction over them at all. And second, the case was brought as an original action in the Supreme Court, meaning it was not an appeal. Marbury went directly to the Supreme Court as his first and last resort. And the irony of all of this is that the ultimate holding of Marbury versus Madison is that the court did not have original jurisdiction over Marbury's suit, and thus the suit had to be dismissed. But Marshall decides a number of issues going to the merits of the case before concluding that the court, in fact, has no power to do so. Okay. On the merits, Marshall says Marbury had a vested right to the commission once it had been signed and sealed. But, as Stevie Wonder might say, channeling English common law, why isn't signed, sealed, and delivered the correct rule? In other words, why isn't delivery required to consummate, right, the commission, making it official? We don't know why Marbury's commission went undelivered when 38 others were successfully delivered. But isn't it possible that the Adams administration changed its mind, or at least prioritized the other 38? Shouldn't the court have required some evidence that non-delivery didn't mean that Adams had changed his mind? And again, what about the fact that Marshall was personally involved in these events. Moreover, even if Marbury's commission became official when signed and sealed, why didn't Jefferson have the power to revoke it? The office Marbury sought, which was Justice of the Peace, was not an Article III judge with life tenure. It was akin to an administrative judge. Marshall says the statute creating the position established a 5-year term of office independent of the executive. But whether Congress can insulate executive appointees from presidential removal is the very issue the Supreme Court will decide this term in the Federal Reserve and FTC cases, and Marshall does not discuss this in any detail. Okay, having concluded that Marbury has a right to the commission, Marshall next asks whether Marbury has a remedy against Madison. And here Marshall states the general maxim that where there is a right, there is a remedy. And he says a remedy does lie against Madison because he is an officer controlled by law, namely the law that gave Marbury a vested right and a statutory 5-year term. Okay, but this again begs the question whether the president has authority to remove executive appointees at will, regardless of Congress. And it also does not address the issue of official immunity. Is Madison, as Secretary of State, immune from liability for his official acts carrying out the president's orders? And if liability exists, can the court order a high official to take a specific action, like delivering a commission, as opposed to simply awarding compensatory relief like damages? Okay, none of this is deeply examined. And so now, having concluded that Marbury has a right to the commission and that Madison is a proper defendant to provide a remedy, Marshall next asks what law authorizes the court to grant a writ of mandamus in an original action of this sort. His answer is that the Judiciary Act of 1789 provides this authorization. Now, I'm not going to go into the details, but trust me when I say that Marshall's reading of the statute is a stretch. Section 13 of the Judiciary Act describes what cases are in the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction and what cases are in its appellate jurisdiction. Section 13 mentions mandamus exactly once, but it is in a sentence about the court's appellate jurisdiction. The statute is easily read to say that the court's appellate jurisdiction includes a mandamus action, or more broadly, it can be read to say that the court can issue a writ of mandamus when it otherwise has original or appellate jurisdiction. But it is very hard to read the statute as independently conferring original jurisdiction on the Supreme Court over mandamus actions against federal officers, as if such suits were themselves a type of action within the court's original jurisdiction. Yet, that is exactly how Marshall reads this statute. And why? Well, here we come to the punchline. Having construed the Judiciary Act to mean, somewhat countertextually, that Congress gave the court original jurisdiction over mandamus suits against federal officers, Marshall now asks whether it was constitutional for Congress to do so. Article 3 of the Constitution, which governs the judiciary, says the Supreme Court, quote, shall have original jurisdiction in all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, this means representatives of foreign nations, and those in which a state shall be a party. Okay, Marbury versus Madison is not such a case. Doesn't involve ambassador, doesn't involve a foreign representative, and state is not a party. Okay. Article 3 then says that in all other cases within the court's purview, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. Okay, Marshall reads this constitutional language to mean that the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction is defined by the Constitution and Congress may not add to or subtract from it. But another sensible reading is that Article 3 established a default allocation between the court's original and appellate jurisdiction, while giving Congress the power to reallocate those cases by making exceptions. That's stated in the language of the provision, which is arguably what Congress did in the Judiciary Act when, according to Marshall, it conferred original jurisdiction on the court to hear mandamus actions against federal officials. Okay. But Marshall instead concludes that this addition, Congress's addition through the Judiciary Act to the court's original jurisdiction, is not consistent with the limited list of cases, the ambassadors, public counsel, state shall be a party, that Article 3 places in the court's original jurisdiction. Thus, Section 13 of the Judiciary Act is unconstitutional, which means the court had no power to hear Marbury's suit, and the suit, therefore, must be dismissed. Okay. If the last part was hard to follow, don't worry, there's no exam here. It's not important. What's important is that Marshall asserted the power of the court to hold an act of Congress unconstitutional, and asserting this power of judicial review enabled the court to avoid a great embarrassment, right? For Marshall, because Marshall knew that Madison and Jefferson would not comply with any ruling in Marbury's favor, and yet a ruling for Madison in a suit where Madison did not even show up would have revealed the court's impotence against the Republican-controlled political branches. In the end, Marshall did rule for Madison by dismissing the suit, but he did so by asserting the power of judicial review as one of the checks and balances in our constitutional system. To say this, however, overstates the actual holding of the case, because the constitutional holding in Marbury had to do with the Supreme Court protecting its own jurisdiction against interference by Congress. So, arguably, the only principle of the Marbury case is that each branch of government, in the exercise of its own prerogatives and in the conduct of its own affairs, may interpret the Constitution for itself. But that is different from saying that the interpretation of any one branch is binding on the others, or that the court is the final or exclusive arbiter of the Constitution's meanings. Those broader propositions were not established in Marbury, and instead they have evolved over decades and centuries of practice, and as we've seen in the headlines, they are contested even today. So I offer this founding era history not only because it especially befits the American Philosophical Society, but also because I believe we are experiencing our own Marbury moment today. A vigorous executive with a compliant Congress is upending norms and pushing the boundaries of the law. Many Americans are wondering if our courts can serve as an effective check and vindicate the rule of law. The Supreme Court faces a test of its own legitimacy. It is, of course, the court's job to say what the law is, and it must do that job. But it is no more capable of enforcing its judgments against a recalcitrant executive than the Marshall Court was over 200 years ago. The tariff case exemplifies the dilemma and choices facing the court. The court could hold that tariffs are taxes and Congress can't delegate the power to tax to the president. It could hold that Congress can delegate such power to the president, but did not actually do so in the relevant statute. It could hold that Congress did delegate such power by statute, but the president did not exercise the power in accordance with the statute's terms. Or it could hold the president did properly exercise his statutory power, or it could hold that the president, regardless of any statute, has power to impose tariffs as part of his constitutional authority to conduct foreign affairs. All these options are possible. If the court rules for the president, will it be seen as capitulation? And if the court rules against the president, can it order a refund of unlawful tariffs? Or is there some other meaningful remedy that it could devise? Well, as in Marbury, the legal issues are murky, and there is not much precedent to guide the analysis. Yes, it is the court's job to say what the law is, but that is almost misleading as a description of the task. The Marbury decision leaves much to be desired in terms of legal reasoning. It is unconventional, full of contestable assertions. It does not exemplify strict construction of legal texts. Arguably, it has only a tenuous claim to correctly saying what the law is. But it is also a masterpiece of judicial craft and strategic judgment. It is a brilliant decision. So hence, the greatest irony of the Marbury case is also perhaps its greatest lesson. Chief Justice Marshall, in his determination to declare that it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial branch to say what the law is, demonstrated beyond peradventure that the job of the courts is far more layered and complex than what that statement would have us believe. I'm going to stop there and entertain your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
After that exceptionally exciting and almost spellbinding talk, unexpectedly so for me, I'm thrilled to entertain questions. We have a lot of sharp legal experts and as well as many people interested in the Supreme Court and the law in general. We have a question over here. Please identify yourself when the mic comes to you, and please state where you're from. So before...
Again, I'm Tom Klein, an emeritus professor at the University of California, Berkeley, and a spouse of a member. You've added to the terror we've all had at realizing that we all grew up being told we're checks and balances are sort of a fantasy, that when push comes to shove, where are the real checks and balances? And I'm wondering, are you of the opinion that there really is an urgent need to establish a whole set of constitutional amendments to make these things more specific and concrete? And what amazes me is I know there are groups trying to push for constitutional amendments, but I don't think they're having any effectiveness at all. And I don't know whether that's just a misimpression. Do you think there's any hope of actually making the Constitution so it has the kinds of checks and balances that we all assume? That this is amazing. We were all taught Marbury versus Madison. That's what it was. This is fascinating to learn how wishy-washy in a sense it was. But what is your opinion on the hope for constitutional amendments to try to make these things safe? The Supreme Court, this is the job, and the president has to obey or he will be impeached or whatever.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So I live in the Berkeley, Oakland area, and it's an area where I see bumper stickers that say things like, overrule Citizens United. That's like a bumper sticker, or let's have a constitutional amendment, right, to overrule. It's funny how that decision is so well known in the popular lexicon. And when people think about constitutional amendment, a lot of people go to that. I don't think constitutional amendment is realistic as any near-term solution. One of the problems of any notion of a constitutional amendment is that it opens up a wide field of endeavor for anybody who has a beef with any part of the Constitution. So it's very hard to conceive of a constitutional amendment process that is limited in scope to maybe what you and I might be concerned about without opening up to everything else. However, that said, I will say that one thing that caught my eye in the last few months is that a scholar who I really respect and enjoy, have a good friendship with, is Jack Goldsmith at Harvard Law School. And Jack is a a presidential power scholar, among other things. And for quite some time, I think he had been of the view that, you know, the checks and balances, they will kind of work themselves out, and we have to take a deeper understanding of the checks and balances to include a lot of the things that you don't learn in, you know, like a lecture like this. It's not Civics 101. It's more the internal norms, right, including of the Justice Department and of the way in which our government works that have accreted over time. And those informal norms, as much as hard law, play a very important role in the checks and balances. Well, notably for me, because he is someone who had, you know, been very much of that view, he has been caused to re-examine his view by events, you know, and he has floated the idea of an amendment, especially to Article 2 of the Constitution. Now, just a brief word, Article 2 governs the presidency, or more generally, as it's said in the Constitution, the executive power. It was written as Article 2 because our framers believed, I suppose, in legislative primacy. Article 1 governs Congress, 2 is the president, and 3, almost like afterthought, is the court, right? So that signals something. But of course, you know, over time, these power relations have become inverted. There's no question that the president is the most important political actor in the system that has evolved. And there are many reasons for that. You can chalk it up to numerous exigencies that have occurred over time and the accretion with each one, assertions of emergency and then claims of power that never then dissipate. The vast expansion of the administrative apparatus of the United States, largely through the New Deal and then continuing forward. The rise of the president as a party leader, the vertical integration of the political party structure, which kind of diminishes the significance of federalism, the advent of modern technologies, which make the bully pulpit more strong than I mean, no one really, you know, with all apologies to our very able leaders in Congress, people don't really tune in to listen to what Chuck Schumer or John Thune have to say. But they will tune into the president, right? So anyway, if there's a need for kind of modernization, I suppose Article 2 would be a good candidate, because Article 2 says in very, very spare words the job of the president, and it doesn't really define it very, very carefully. And so Jack, I suppose, among others, is of the view that maybe it's time to think about how to cabin, right, or at least delineate the office of the president under law, so that there isn't such a nebulous, I mean, basically the presidency, and I should have added world events to that, the presidency isn't just sort of like a roving commission to fill in essentially any gaps in the power vacuum that exists. And that is essentially what it has become. And as against slow-moving courts like mine or any courts, a vigorous, nimble, energetic executive is a very tough match, a very tough match.
Gene Fidel from Stockbridge. One of the things that strikes me is that, and congratulations on your talk. One of the things that strikes me today is the interaction between the court and its audience. This is an environment very different from the environment in 1803. It's possible, because of social media and so forth, for members of the public to follow with great very closely the issues before the court. And people are pretty strung out about the current caseload. What was the story in 1803? Going into the decision, was Marbury v. Madison an object of active political interest in the newspapers, for example, or the court's then audience? And what was the public reaction to the decision?
So I can't answer these with great confidence, but one thing I will say is that for Marshall, he was keenly aware of the political stakes going into the decision, primarily because of the repeal of the Circuit Courts Act and the elimination of the Supreme Court's 1802 term the previous year. So he was put in a very bad position because the new administration and the new Congress were obviously willing to maximally exert pressure on the judiciary. When I say, I was sort of joking that what we're doing today is child's play. It's not quite joking. I mean, you know, suppose today that a Republican Congress, in order to avert court rulings on a current president's policies, or I shouldn't say Republican, it could be any Congress, eliminated an entire term of the Supreme Court. Wow, you know, that would be more than a nuclear option, right? So I think it was unmistakable in terms of the environment. In terms of the aftermath, there's no question, I think, that the, you know, Jefferson, who nominally won the suit, continued to sort of test the boundaries, shall we say, including the other issues that were very alive at the time. For example, the Alien and Sedition Act was a very live issue at the time. Jefferson pardoned all the folks who were convicted under the Alien Sedition Act. Does this sound familiar? And you know, the constitutionality of the Alien Sedition Act was not really examined in great depth. So it was a very politically treacherous time. It's very hard to make historical comparisons in terms of, you know, some metric of how threatened or threatening the different branches were toward one another. But one could say that the court, at least, was a very fragile institution at the time. It did not, of course, have the august building and the trappings of power, you know, that we come to see it as having today. That's a very modern phenomenon, as you know. And so the idea that this small group of people writing these extremely lengthy decisions could somehow wield power on a co-equal basis, right, with an energetic executive. And by the way, you know, it was so partisanly split. I think that, you know, it's no accident that the court did not hold any other act of Congress unconstitutional for another 50-something years, and that was in Dred Scott, which invalidated the Missouri Compromise of 1820, not exactly the court's finest moment. So, yes, yeah.
We have run out of time, and but Justice Liu, you'll be here at the break. Yes, he'll be around so that those of you who have questions will be able to entertain them. Thank you for the exquisite unfolding of Marbury versus Madison and its implications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And before we leave for our break, I want to ask you, if you have a wonderful idea, if you've had a new discovery, if you've just published something that you're really excited about, if you would like to talk to the APS about what you've done recently, in one of our lightning talks, we're asking members who have a good idea, a recent finding, something exciting in their lives, to record 60 to 90 seconds with us. We're not asking for a lot. This is a lot easier than a TikTok. And so please think about contacting one of our staff. I think Brenna Holland will be in the back, as well as others will be happy to entertain you. So think about this. If you have an itch, we can scratch it, and you can entertain many, many listeners. You already heard this morning about our words of wisdom. We are trying to reach out to new audiences in new ways, so help us with this. And after you do that, please enjoy some refreshment and come back promptly for 10:40. Thank you.
1, testing 2.
If I can ask people to gradually take their seats and please take your seats so that we can recommence. Oh, oh. She's right there. Okay. Just giving you a heads up, we're doing it on the fly. Yes, got it. So she said a few more minutes. Fine. He was good, wasn't he? Yep. And let's see. May I ask everyone to please sit and get ready to enjoy the next talk? We are having a minor program change. We're switching the latter talk to be the former talk after the break so that we can update a PowerPoint for Dr. Moser. But I'm happy, very happy to, first of all, ask you all to sit quietly and make sure your phones are off after your energetic coffee break, because we love your attention first and foremost. Our next speaker is going to be Amy Stanley, Orrington Lunt Professor of History and Director of the Nicholas D. Chatabra Center for Historical Studies at Northwestern University. Dr. Stanley is an historian of early modern and modern Japan, with special interests in global history, women's and gender history, and narrative. Her most recent book, Stranger in the Shogun City, A Japanese Woman and Her World, received the National Book Critics Award in Biography, the PEN America Jacqueline Bograd Wald Award in Biography, and was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize in Biography. She was also shortlisted for the Balin Gifford Prize. Dr. Stanley is currently working on a new narrative history of Japan that she gave me a preview of, which is going to be the next bestseller. Her talk today, Stranger in the Shogun City, From the Archive to the Page, touches on Dr. Stanley's critically acclaimed book. Please join me in welcoming Amy Stanley to the stage.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I'm honored to be here. Before I got here, I asked around in my department at Northwestern, has anyone ever addressed the American Philosophical Society? And the one person who said yes was my colleague Joel Mokyr, and he just won the Nobel Prize in Economics. So now I'm feeling very good about my future, so thank you. So I am a historian of early modern Japan, which we define as the era between 1600 and 1868. And I've always been interested in ordinary women and also everyday life. And even though women's history, social history, gender history are well-established fields by now, it can still be a very challenging area of research. And this is especially true if you're writing for a popular audience. So it's long been the conventional wisdom in my field, Japanese history, that there's no audience for a popular book about Japanese history that doesn't somehow feature white men or World War II or preferably both. Happily, this turns out not to be true, but there are other issues. Some subjects are more difficult than others. If you're writing about, say, Ben Franklin, to take a totally random example, you'll probably find that he wrote so much and other people wrote so much about him that you have enough material to illuminate his character and his motivations. But with ordinary people who didn't leave an extensive documentary record, you can end up with a central figure who was real but who doesn't seem real on the page. And this kind of imbalance is inherent in historical methodology because we can't actually make things up. And yet, if you have more evidence, you will have a more complete picture. So what do you do when you feel like you don't have enough? And my answer to that, which I'm going to be speaking about today, is to pay attention to the form of evidence, as well as its context, to pay attention to very small details and gaps. And this strategy kind of leads in the opposite direction from a lot of the talks we've probably heard, which are about the immense capacity of new technology to skim and sort and detect patterns. But sometimes, as I'm going to argue, huge gaps can be bridged by very, very, very tiny details on a human scale. So, my talk is about an obscure woman named Tsuneno and her world in early modern Japan. But it's also about method. It's about how you assemble a story from scraps. To borrow a metaphor from my subject's work with textiles, I tried to write my book so the seams didn't show, but in this talk, I'm going to turn the narrative inside out to give you a glimpse of some of the messiness underneath. I first met my protagonist, Tsuneno, in 2009, and I was starting out as an assistant professor at Northwestern, and for the first time, I was assigned to teach a lecture class to undergraduates about Japan in the early modern period, and I was really excited. But as I was looking around for course materials to assign to the students, I realized there wasn't very much about everyday life. So I was looking around on the internet, Googling, as one does, and I came across the homepage of the Niigata Prefectural Archives, which is a public archive in Japan. Niigata Prefecture is like the Japanese equivalent of an American state. And on this website, they had something called the Internet Document Reading Course, which is where they introduced some of the documents in their collection to the public as part of the public mission of saying, this is what we have, come to the archive and see it. And number 13 in this series caught my attention, and this is what it looked like. Now, at the time, in 2009, I couldn't read any of this at all. But luckily, there was a transcription which I could read. And from that, I produced a translation, which you can see here. And it was a letter. It was a letter from a woman who was writing home to her mother. My mother's actually in the audience. She was writing home to her mother from the big city of Edo, which is now Tokyo. And she wrote, "I'm writing with spring greetings. As you know, I went to Kanda Minagawa-cho in Edo quite unexpectedly, and I ended up in so much trouble." The letter went on in a style that was shockingly vivid and almost contemporary. "Everything I eat is delicious," she wrote. And she sounded exactly like me writing emails home from my first trip to Tokyo in 1997. Everything there really is delicious. So the archive provided a brief synopsis of her life and revealed that it contained dozens of letters to and from and about her in the archive, and I thought, great. So I visited the archive as soon as I could, and I spent days there taking pictures of hundreds of documents. And Edo period letters in particular, they're folded accordion style, and they can be literally very long. They can take up the width of an entire archive table. And it turned out that these letters weren't the only things that were relevant. So there were also letters to and from her brothers. There was also amazingly outgoing correspondence, which historians love because usually people get their incoming correspondence. They don't keep drafts of what they sent. These people did, and these drafts that I'm showing you were scribbled on the back of some sketches of samurai, which you can see there on the right side. There were also envelopes, because people in this period didn't buy ready-made envelopes. They made their own envelopes out of paper. These are often cataloged separately. And then there are documents that aren't letters or envelopes at all. There are things like household diaries and also inventories of the stuff that they had. The problem was that back in 2009, I couldn't read any of this. I had no idea what any of this said. It all looked like squiggles to me. And I thought to myself, as I was standing there at the archive table, I'm wasting my time, and even worse than that, I'm wasting my research money. But I'd gone all the way there, so I just stood in the archive taking photo after photo, feeling kind of helpless about the whole thing. Now, eventually, I did learn to read these documents, and it entailed destroying my manuscript dictionary, which you can see there with a picture of my dog. And I'm telling this story partly as background about how I encountered my subject, but also as an illustration of the materiality of the sources that I used. And from those sources, I could assemble the outline of a story. Tsuneno was a Buddhist priest's daughter, born in 1804 in Ishigami village in Echigo province, which you can see in this map here of Kubiki County. When she was only 12, she was married to another Buddhist priest way up north in Dewa province. His temple was in the river town of Oishida, and amazingly, I went there. This temple is still standing, and this is the original graveyard and bell and the storehouse. Tsuneno lived here for about 15 years, but her marriage ultimately collapsed, and she was sent home. After 2 more disastrous marriages back home in Echigo, her older brother planned to marry her off for a 4th time. But Tsuneno, who was in her mid-30s and had already been through 3 failed marriages, decided she would rather die, she said, than marry some widower in some terrible place. Instead, she pawned her clothes and she ran away to the big city of Edo, where she lived in a back alley tenement and found work as a maidservant. She married again, this time to a man of her choosing. He was a fellow migrant, a peasant from the village right next to hers in Echigo, and he had gone to the city to reinvent himself as a masterless samurai. After that marriage, she lived a very colorful life in Edo, living in poverty most of the time, before her husband got a position in service to a very famous Edo city magistrate, kind of like the town governor. This guy was Toyama Kinshiro. There he is. He's famous because there's so many Japanese TV series about this guy. So that's not a portrait of him, that's from the TV series. And the reason we know that she worked for him is because of the envelopes. So those are the envelopes, and they have his address on them. They're to Tsuneno in the residence of the city magistrate. Tsuneno died in 1853, just before Commodore Perry's black ships arrived in Edo Bay to quote-unquote open Japan. But what I just told you is the outline of a story. It's a series of plot points. It's not the story itself. It can kind of mechanically show you that social and physical mobility were possible for women in this era, but it doesn't give you any texture and it has no life. And if what I wanted in my work was to create a sense of who these people were, what their world was like, the problems they faced, and how they decided to solve them, it wasn't enough. So I could find more by turning to the form of the documents. So for example, here is one of Tsuneno's letters home from her family's collection, the Rinsenji Monjo. I want you to look at the form of the document and her handwriting, and then to notice that Tsuneno, as a woman, wrote in a very different style from her brothers. Her brothers wrote blocky Chinese characters. She wrote in the phonetic script in a much more flowing hand. And the difference between women's handwriting and men's handwriting is important, because I'm going to tell you next about the best archival discovery I made while writing. So, to explain this, I have to tell you that for years, 10 years I spent writing this book, I had no idea when my protagonist Tsuneno was born. I got used to the idea that I'd never know and I wouldn't have a good starting date for the book. But when I finally finished my first draft, I went back to the Niigata archive, and I called up a document I'd never looked at before, which is cataloged as the record of Tsuneno's older brother Gyu's birth. This is what it looked like. It's a typical document in men's handwriting. And I flipped through it, noting all the gifts that arrived for Tsuneno's brother's birth. And then I stopped short because the last pages looked quite different. This is a woman's handwriting. And what it says is, 3rd month, 12th day, Tsuneno's birth. So I was amazed by this, right? Finally, I know when this woman was born, but it's important not only as a confirmation of the date, but because what this arrangement of information in a book means. Tsuneno's older brother's birth was the important one. The record of it was written by a man. It goes on for pages and pages and pages. Her birth record is stuffed in the back of this book as an afterthought, and it's much, much shorter. And that informed how I wrote the description of Tsuneno's birth in the book, which tells you about the difference between how many presents he got and what an event it was, and also what a woman's birth in this period as a later born child would have been like. Another example of form comes from a different kind of document written by another member of Tsuneno's family. This is actually a document with no name on it. It only has a title, Nairan Ichijo. That means a record of family disturbance. Now, from piecing together the context, I could finally find out that the author must have been her older brother, whose birth record we just saw. And by the time this was composed, he was the head of the family and head priest of the temple. He signed his name on everything else he wrote, but not on this. So already there's something unsettling about this document. This is a paraphrase of what it says. After the wedding, my wife and I passed a month peacefully, and then she went on the customary first visit back to her parents' home. But after she returned, her behavior changed suddenly and dramatically. She refused to obey any of my instructions. She pointedly ignored my lectures about Buddhist and Confucian morality. She neglected basic household tasks, and my little sisters complained to my mother. When I confronted her, she answered sullenly, "I'll do as I like, and you do as you like too. Get a prostitute or a concubine, I don't care." I was shocked. After consulting with my uncle, I decided I had to divorce her, even though I was reluctant on several counts. An early divorce was embarrassing, my family had just spent a fortune on the wedding, and also it seemed as if she might be pregnant. But resolved, I confronted her and I told her that I was ending the marriage. She began to cry so hard she could barely speak, but she managed to choke out a startling confession. In the 5th month, just after we were married, when she was lying sick in bed, a man broke into her room and raped her. After she told this story, she refused to eat for 2 days. She sobbed and begged my forgiveness. The following spring, I sent her home to give birth, but I didn't ask her to come back. When her family sent inquiries, I told them that things had not worked out, and eventually I sent a notice of divorce. Now, this story is obviously incomplete on its own terms. There are important and obvious silences. For example, who was the perpetrator? Why didn't you look for him? Did he even ask? And what about the pregnancy and the baby? Was it a boy or a girl? What happened to that child? In fact, the answers to those questions are hidden in very deliberate silences. About the baby, we only have to look at the dates. Guillau's wife was raped in the 5th month, and she gave birth roughly 9 months later, in the 2nd month of the next year. From his silence about and disinterest in the child, we can guess that he thought it was, or at least could have been, his wife's rapist child and not his. And who was the rapist? Well, here we have to turn to form. The information comes in a literal blank space in the story. That blank space is right here. After the space, there's a new page and a new mark, that horizontal mark at the top of the page that you can see there, Totsu, that designates a new story. But in this case, it's not a new story, because the sentence after that mark reads, "About my younger brother Gideon's misconduct in the 5th month of last year, nothing more needs to be said here." In other words, he didn't hunt for the rapist because he knew who it was his younger brother. But he couldn't speak about it. He said nothing more needs to be said here. So he wrote this whole account, pages and pages, and then he deliberately indicated what he could not say. It's an amazing contradiction, and it tells you something about how the patriarchal family worked. And at the same time, it kind of tells you what it cost the patriarchs themselves, because Guillaume wrote all of this and then indicated what he couldn't say. It seems to me that while his unnamed, unmourned first wife and child were victims, the pressures of performing his role as head of household, of keeping up appearances, took a toll on him too. So that's what the manuscript sources look like, and the information of gender and power that can be hidden within them. But I also want to talk about sources other than letters, because once I had all these letters, I had to build out to describe what the world looked like that Tsuneno lived in. So first, let's visit her home province in Echigo. Very early in the book, I describe her village, Ishigami Village, and I talk about this small temple in Echigo province at the foot of steep mountains in the heart of Japan's snow country. And then I describe what the village looked like, and I describe all the labor that peasants had to do to dig out of the snow. This paragraph relies on 3 sources. 2 of them are visual, and 1 of them is my experience. So most straightforward, those curving pathways and small canals come from maps in the same family collection as the documents. So you can literally see that Ishigami Village had curving pathways and small canals. The second source I used is a great illustrated book, Hokuetsu Seppu, which was published in 1837. This is a published source. It's not in the archive. It's a woodblock print. And its most famous pages are these that illustrate snowflakes. And this book became such a bestseller that people started printing snowflakes on their kimono. It was very popular. In any case, the point of this book was somewhat anthropological. It was a book written specifically to tell city people about what life was like in the snow country. And so some of the illustrations were meant to be explanatory. So that paragraph that I have about snowshoes and snow implements comes directly from the images in this book. But this was also a case where the source made me think more about the specific experience of living in the snow country, and also how it related to my own experience. So seeing all those images of footwear and coats made me think about living in Chicago, which is also very snowy, and how every year I can't wear my own normal pretty shoes because I have to wear snow boots every day in the winter. And I thought this would be even more of a problem if my normal shoes were geta, which are like sandals. And so later on in the book, thinking about that, I wrote this sentence. After spending her entire life in Echigo, it was strange for Tsuneno to walk on muddy streets in her everyday sandals at a time of year when she would ordinarily need snowshoes. So that's partly evidence from images, partly evidence from experience, and that evidence from experience also comes out in another place in that original paragraph about Echigo, which is about the snow blowing across the rice fields and making it difficult to see. I know this because I went there on a research trip and I talked to people. And they told me in the winter, when the snow blows across the rice fields, it is difficult to see. And so that ended up in the book, even though it couldn't really end up in a footnote. So I'm going to conclude with the great city of Edo, which is the backdrop to most of this book. And it's where the visual record is really deep and fascinating. In some ways, it's the opposite of the situation in villages. For Edo period villages, not every village, but a lot of them, we have an extensive textual record. The village headman had to keep records, and there are still many families that have a pile of documents in a storeroom somewhere. The Rinsenji documents I mentioned are the tip of the iceberg, and there are hundreds more tsunenos waiting to be discovered in Japanese storehouses and attics. But relative to its enormous size, probably 1.2 million in 1800, Edo doesn't have huge collections of manuscript materials, simply because this city burned so much, and also because people were much more transient, so they didn't stay in the same house forever. What we have to compensate is prints, paintings, maps, and all kinds of artistic representations. So one great and very well-known example is the Kidai Shodan, which is a scroll painting held in the Berlin Museum of Art. It depicts an Edo street scene. And as art historians know, you cannot take artistic representations at face value. But the great historian of Edo, Yoshida Nobuyuki, has done a lot of work on this scroll, and he has a fantastic book about it. And he and his collaborators have been able to verify that every store that's shown in this scroll, which is much longer than this image, has a corollary on a store that was actually there. So this was intended to be a faithful depiction of this street. And you can also see a lot of Edo types. This kind of looks like Where's Waldo? But there are street vendors and students going to school and samurai out on errands and servants carrying packages. These are all people who really existed in this city. You can look at this description of Nihonbashi Bridge, which is on the left side of the image, and then you can read my description of it, which is like climbing a small crowded hill, and you can understand where that comes from. Another great thing about the visual record of Edo is it's so voluminous, you can pinpoint a month and figure out what was going on in the city in that month. So when I wanted to describe what was happening in the new year, 1840, I could find which kabuki productions were playing by looking at the excellent collection of playbills from the MFA in Boston, and this is the playbill that I used. And then using that information, I could find corresponding prints like this one, which were meant to advertise the play. Now, interestingly, this actually does not show you what people wore on stage, but it does show you what people thought was fashionable and what they wanted to see in the new year of 1840. And using this print, I wrote about fashion. Well, these materials, playbills and prints, were up to the moment because they were meant to advertise and entertain. There is also a less ephemeral archive of useful information in Edo. And as a result, some of the most interesting and most accurate sources about what the city looked like and felt like aren't ukiyo-e prints and paintings, but less visually striking materials like maps. And these are useful in all kinds of ways. So for one thing, I found a printed map of Edo in Tsuneno's family's collection. And that was evidence of the provincial family's interest in and engagement with the city. The same was true of her brother's hand-drawn map of the Edo Theater District, which I also found in their collection. This is a family that's interested in what's going on in the city, even though they live hundreds of miles away. And other types of maps are useful in writing descriptions. So for example, what did a back alley look like? Tsuneno lived in a place called Minagawa-cho, which I'm going to show you in a minute. What was it like to live in a tenement in Minagawa-cho? Well, we don't have a map of Minagawa-cho, but we do have a map of the cho, the block, right next door. And it shows you, this is a property ownership map, and it shows the value of the property and also the layout of the back alleys, and it will even show you where the well was, that's in the circle, where the trash box was, the rectangle, and also where the latrines were. So you can get a good kind of idea of what it was like to move through these spaces. Those maps I used to get a sense of layout. Others I used to orient myself so I could see the city through her eyes. So for example, you can compare a printed map of the city in its entirety to these little segmented maps of neighborhoods called kiriezu. And so by looking at the kiriezu, I could see what Tsuneno's path looked like as she walked into the city, and I could note all of the different things that she could have seen along the way because they're clearly indicated on the map. These maps of neighborhoods also show how people conceived of the city. When Tsuneno first arrived, she wrote, as I showed you in that very first letter, that she lived in Minagawa-cho in Kanda, which is a commoner neighborhood. Also, she got a job working for a high-ranking samurai named Matsudaira Tomosaburo. Those were just words on a page to me. I knew Kanda, commoner neighborhood. Matsudaira Tomosaburo is not a famous person. But here's Minagawa-cho on the Kanda neighborhood map. And there is the residence of this guy, Matsudaira Tomosaburo, marked on a different neighborhood map of Surugadai. That's the samurai neighborhood. Edo people conceived these as different places that needed two different maps, but if you put them together, you notice that they're actually only steps away from each other, which makes sense that she lived there and then she worked in the samurai's residence that was basically in her neighborhood. So these neighborhoods could be right next to each other, but in other ways conceived of as worlds apart. And so in the book I wrote, every morning, Tsuneno went out through the tenement gate, walked the short distance into a samurai district, and entered yet another of Edo's many new worlds. So, I hope that gives you some sense of what it was like for me to enter Tsuneno's world, and also some sense of the ways that I could turn to these ideas about form and image and space to make sense of and to tell her story. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, for that absolutely spellbinding and vivid description of Tsuneno's life. For those of you who know anything about Japanese archives, this is just best. This is just beautiful practice, and it shows not only what Japanese archives, but archives like the APS can yield when good detectives are working on them. So thank you very much, Amy. We have time for one brief question. Yes, can we get a mic? Please state your name and where you are from.
Lothar von Falkenhausen from UCLA. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Two things elicit my curiosity here. For one thing, how common was it for a person of Tsuneno's origin in her period to be able to read and to write with such fluency? And secondly, in a society where mobility was as restricted as we usually think it was in Edo period Japan, how was she able, and how was her brother able, to explore Edo like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are two really good questions. Somebody of Tsuneno's status had to be able to write because she was going to go be the bride at a Buddhist temple. And because of that kind of important standing in the community, cultured women were expected to be able to, say, keep up correspondence, to know, for example, by reading about etiquette, what do you serve at a dinner party, things like that. What is the arrangement of things on a plate? How do you put clothes together? And all of those things were in the archive of useful information. So she had to be able to read. She had to be able to write. There are no women of her class who would not have been able to do that in her generation in the 19th century. The question about mobility is also very good because we have this idea that the samurai authorities really restricted mobility. That is not precisely true. Like a lot of things in the Edo period, it is more of a kind of facade than a fact. It was harder for women to travel. The shogunate was very attentive to the idea that people might want to ship women out of Edo so that they could then attack it. But men had more unrestricted mobility, and women, if they knew how to get around the checkpoints, could come and go as they pleased. And her family actually hired an express service to serve as an escort for her when she came back from Edo to avoid these problems, so people knew how to get around it.
Great. Thank you again, Amy. Let's give her a hand. I'm delighted to introduce one of our new inductees, Dr. Edvard Moser, who is the founding director of the Kavli Institute for Systems Neuroscience, the co-director of the Center for Neural Algorithms in the Cortex, and co-director of the Center for Neural Computation at Norwegian University of Science and Technology. He is the 2014 Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine with May-Britt Moser, another APS member, and with John O'Keefe for, quote, their discoveries of cells that constitute a positioning system in the brain. In 2005, the Mosers discovered a cell that specifically impacts one's ability to determine location and how to navigate to other places. Their experiments demonstrated the way different cell types cooperate to create a coordination system in the brain. Please welcome Edvard Moser to the floor.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for the opportunity to share the work we are doing in Trondheim, Norway. So yes, I'm going to talk about the brain's positioning system, and in particular that means how do we know where we are? How do we find our way from one place to another? So this is a system of the brain that we use not only because we want to understand navigation or ability to find our way, but also because it's a gateway to understanding neural computation more generally. And the reason for that is that this system, the ability to find our way, probably evolved very, very early in evolution. It is something that all animals, all species are completely dependent on. If we can't find our way, well, then we will be eaten by a predator, we won't find food, we won't find a mate. So you can imagine how central this is, and probably for that reason, the mechanisms underlying this in the brain must have evolved early, and probably they are so fundamental that they may have been recycled also for other purposes. So that's one reason why we want to understand them. And if they evolved early, to some extent they may even be there, as I will show in this talk, before any experience. They may be ingrained in our brains. They may be part of the things that determine how we experience in the world. And this is, of course, reminiscent of ideas that were proposed, among others, by Immanuel Kant a long time ago. But today we can address these questions experimentally, so I will come back to that as well. But let's begin a few decades back, almost a century back, in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, when in the young days of experimental psychology. So this is when Edward Tolman at the University of California at Berkeley suggested, based on studies of rats, that we have internal maps in our brain that help us not only find our way, but also to organize all our experience about the world. And the reason why he called them cognitive maps, not spatial maps, is that there are spatial maps, but on top of these maps of space, there's also all the information we have about the world is encoded on top of those maps. Tolman came to this conclusion based on studies of rats that navigated in mazes of different kinds and other apparati, and he observed that they took shortcuts, they could take detours, which maybe to many of us sounds very obvious, but it was certainly not obvious at that time, and in fact extremely controversial for decades, because the dogma at that time in behaviorist psychology was that information was learned mostly as in terms of sequences, A, B, C, D, E, and of responses that were connected together and that were then reproduced in behavior later. But what Tolman suggested is that there's a map-like structure where there is no first and last necessarily. And this could, of course, not be tested easily because neuroscientists, psychologists didn't have access to the brain, and only more recently is that possible. So if we want to know if there are such maps in the brain, where should we look? Well, there are two areas of the brain that have received particular attention. First, there is the hippocampus, which for more than half a century has been known to be important for our ability to remember, for daily life memories, but also for our ability to know where we are. And then there is another area I will mention many times during this talk, which is the entorhinal cortex. So both of them are in the medial temporal lobe, as you can see in the human brain at the top, and in a rat version at the bottom. But entorhinal cortex has more recently come into the picture and is, among other things, a gateway between the hippocampus and the rest of the cortex. So let's begin with the hippocampus and go back to the year of 1971. So this is when John O'Keefe, there's a mismatch, but that's fine, good. So now what you now see is a video of a rat that is running in a box. Just turn on the sound again, please. You will be listening to the spikes or the electrical activity of one particular cell in the hippocampus. This is a kind of experiment that was performed by John O'Keefe in 1971. And you see and you heard whenever the cell was active, and you can notice from this video that this was in the upper left part of the box for this particular cell, in one place in the environment, and for that reason O'Keefe, who discovered these cells, then called these cells place cells. You can see other examples of place cells in the color-coded maps in the middle. So each map shows a box like the one the rat was running in, seen from above. And in blue means low activity, red means high activity. And it's 10 different neurons, so you can see that each of those neurons have their preferred firing or activity location in the environment. So based on these observations, then O'Keefe, together with his colleague Lynn Nadell, suggested in the end of the 1970s that this might be a basis of Tolman's map, the map in the brain for our own spatial location that dynamically updates as we move around in the environment. So consisting of different cells that each are active in a certain area of space, and if you then have many tens or hundreds of thousands of these, then you can imagine that you can infer, or the brain can infer from the combination of which cells are active, it can infer where you are at any given time. But this was in the middle of the brain in many ways, because the hippocampus, which you see in the rat brain in red there, is far away from sensory inputs, it's far away from motor outputs. So how can cells in so far away from the inputs and the outputs have so specific activity? That was a mystery, and it's only now that we are beginning to understand this. And one of the tricks to understand that was to start and look in the areas that speak to the hippocampus, the inputs and outputs, and here the entorhinal cortex comes into the picture. So this is where we started in our lab to record activity in the early 2000s. And now you see again a rat walking around in a box, and it's running around in the same box as I showed for the place cells. It's running because it collects small chocolate pieces, and at the same time we record the activity of one particular cell. But now the cell is in the other area, in the entorhinal cortex. And what you can see is that, again, here we have a cell that responds to particular locations, but now it's not only one particular place in the environment, it's many places, and you can see that those places form clusters, and those clusters are not randomly organized. You can actually see here in the next picture, you have an overview picture from the box again. In background, in the gray trace is where the rat walked over the course of 30 minutes. And then the black dots is where that particular cell in the entorhinal cortex was active. And you can see this is a pattern that repeats itself all over. You can call it, the repeating unit might be considered like a triangle or a rhombus, as I put here, or a hexagon, whichever you like. But the smallest repeating unit is actually a rhombus, and there is some beauty to that, which I may come back to. But in any case, the point here is that this forms a grid, like a coordinate system, that covers all the available space. Because it looks like a grid, then we call those cells grid cells. Turned out then that these grid cells come in different varieties. They may vary in phase. So you see two grid cells at the top, a blue and a green one. And they are shifted a little bit in the XY locations. That means you could say they have a different phase. Or the scale may be different, as in the middle. So some have wider fields that are further apart. Or their orientation may be different, be tilted in different ways. So all these combinations exist. And we even found that they are organized quite neatly in the brain. So to the left, you see a picture of a rat brain. You see in red, the area is entorhinal cortex, where we recorded those. And if you then start at the top of this brain area, you'll find mostly cells, or only cells with a small scale of the kind that I've shown at the top there. And as you go down, they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And when you come to the bottom, the distance between each of these fields has increased from, let's say, 20, 30 centimeters to several meters. And what you see to the right is that this is not a continuous map. It actually consists of discrete steps. So on the x-axis, you see the position from top to bottom. On the y-axis, you see the spacing between the firing fields, the activity fields, and then each dot is one cell. And you can see that this assembly of, in this case, some 30, 40 cells actually forms discrete steps. And actually, those steps are also not random. It's a factor of 1.4, 1.42 between each of them. But let us now just focus on the fact that we have discrete assemblies of cells that are quite independent of each other. So this is where we were some years ago. But now, in the next part of the talk, in the second part of the talk, I want to focus on where the field has moved during the last 10 years, because it's moved away from studying the brain one cell at a time. This is what neuroscience has been done for half a century, and where we have learned a lot. But in the same way, if you want to understand a community, a society, you can't only study one person at a time. You really need to look at the interactions, and there is information in the interactions that you can never break down to individuals. In the same way, in the brain, you need to study neural populations. And this finally became possible with the invention of new recording technology. And you see an image of that to the left, which illustrates the fact that while before we used old-fashioned electrodes that were just simple wires that were cut at the end, and you recorded electrical signals at the end. Today, this is based on silicon probes semiconductor fabricated probes that have recording sites that are extremely dense and that have something like 5,000 sites on these probes instead of just one. So, meaning that we can record now from many thousands of neurons at the same time and see how they interact instead of recording one at a time. And what you see here is what we call a raster plot that just shows the activity of X number of cells. Each row is one cell, black means active, white means not active, and then you can see that what you now can do is to ask what is the combined activity of all these cells. And then I illustrated here with a red column the combined activity at a given time point. So having solved one problem, namely the experimental problem, introduces a new problem, namely that of analysis, because now you have all this data, and these cells can occur in an enormous number of combinations. So let's imagine that you have the 149 cells that you have here. Let's imagine that they have 10 different activity states, each of them. If they were totally independent, the number of combinations would be 10 to the 149th, which is more than the number of atoms in the universe, which provides some challenge, because how can we study something that has so many possible states that you can never observe them? But we are lucky, because we can, in fact, these cells, they are extremely highly correlated, and it's only a very small subset of the possible combinations that actually occur. So you can actually use mathematical techniques like principal component analysis or more modern nonlinear versions, break it down to a few dimensions that still explain most of the variance. And if you do that, go from the left one, go from the 149-dimensional plot to just something like 3 plots, then you can still follow the activity over the course of this time in this reduced space, and now you can visualize it, and you can perform analysis. And if you do that on those grid cells that we recorded from one of these modules, this is what you get. So now you see this, each dot here is one time point, and the dot is at a different location in this space at different times. Different cells are active at different places here. But what you see is that this has a distinct shape. It has the shape of a torus or a donut. And the activity, as time passes by and the rat moves around in the environment, moves on this torus-shaped manifold, as they call it, or just structure. The really interesting thing is that it does so whatsoever. I put up this picture of Tolman here because this is actually the internal map. In many ways, this is Tolman's map. But what I want to say is that this happens even when we don't move around in the environment. If we are sleeping, for example, in REM sleep, in slow wave sleep, the activity still moves around on that internal map whatsoever. And that suggested to us then that this map must actually be internally wired. It's something that is there regardless of behavior. This is consistent with certain types of theoretical models developed decades ago, where the idea is that you get this kind of activity from wiring together cells that are very similar. So here you see a network. Each dot is one cell, and the connections are strong between cells that are for the same locations, and then they excite each other, cause what we call a bump of activity, and that bump will then move around on that map in accordance with the rat's movement in the environment. But then you get the problem. What happens when it comes to the end of the map? That would be a problem. So the solution is to make it periodic, circular. You just wrap it around, as you see in the top plot there, and what you get a torus. So that has been the idea, but now we have shown it. So there is such a toroidal shaped map in the brain that actually is there almost independently of experience. And if it is there independently of experience, well then we can ask, is it there before experience? And this is the work of a postdoc in our lab, Matteo, who actually recorded from rat pups before they opened their eyes, before they opened their ears, and focused on these early days down to postnatal day 8, which is P8 as we call it, is before eye and ear opening, before the rats can walk. So they don't have upright walking until around day 12. So this is very, very early, and he then recorded from those cells, from these thousands of cells in these rat pups. That age, this is a movie. You can start the movie, but you won't see that it's a movie because the rat is just sleeping. That's all they do 80 to 90% of the time when they're not feeding. But you have to believe me, it's a movie. And this is the result then. You already see in the middle the result. It's a toroidal map. Of course, you can't find the grid cells now because they don't move around in space. But what you can do is to just cross-correlate all the cells and take each block of coactive cells and check each of them. Do they have a toroidal structure? And you will then find that some of them actually do already at postnatal day 10 before they open their eyes and ears. And this just so the quantification, they appear on postnatal day 10. Before that, there isn't much of this. And what happens at postnatal day 10? Well, there is a transition. There's a big transition in the activity of the brain, where it goes from, as you see in the top part on day 8 and 9, the activity of the brain is or the cortex is very bursty. It responds to external inputs like muscle twitches or sensory inputs, very externally driven, to at the bottom on day 10 to 11, then the internal connectivity comes and the brain, the cortex starts to speak to itself and it goes much more independent. You get connections between the cells within the cortex and it starts to get decorrelated, you get inhibition. And when this happens, immediately this toroidal map appears. So I'll just sum up by this part and say that these maps are innate quotation marks in the sense that they don't rely on experience for their appearance. But of course, the brain has to learn to use them and map them to individual environments. That comes later, but it's much easier when you already have the torus there. Finally, just 2 words to say something about the difference between the grid cells and the place cells. And that relates to the place cells, which I would say have a much bigger role in memory than in spatial localization. So again, grid cells, just look at the torus down there. Wherever you are, if you're in room A or B or C or whatever, it's the same map. It just moves around and is shifted a little bit, but it's one map. Hippocampus place cells is different in the sense that so you see the different cells in 2 different rooms are completely scrambled. It's totally independent, orthogonalization as we call it, and we can calculate this, how independent are maps in different environments. And the matrix that you see to the right shows recordings from 11 different rooms, room 1 to 11 on the x-axis, room 1 to 11 on the y-axis, and the color indicates the degree of correlation. And you can see that apart from the diagonal, it's essentially all blue, which means there's totally uncorrelated. There's no relationship between maps in 2 different environments. So that's totally different from the hippocampus. So this is extremely useful for a memory system. And I just put this picture up here of one of the most famous patients in neuroscience who had a memory deficit after removing the hippocampus. So hippocampus is very important for memory formation. And the ability to store so independent maps is probably critical for that. How can the brain do that? So this is my second last slide. The solution may be that the different modules, as talked about different groups of grid cells, actually behave independently. So you see module 1 between 2 rooms shifts up to the right, module 2 shifts to the left in this case, and module 3, also co-recorded, shifts down to the right. So the point is that different modules, when you go from one environment to another, shift completely independent. And again, this is about creating combinations, because when these modules or grid cells feed into the hippocampus to create place cells, those place cells receive new combinations because they can go all their ways. So this is a potential mechanism for going from a rigid grid cell system, a single map that you use everywhere, to thousands of different maps that may be extremely useful for creating memory. So it's a very simple way of producing this, if this is true. So with that, just summing up, this is the same. It is very useful for creating memories. And with that, for high-capacity memory storage. And with that, I will just say lots of people involved. I share the lab with Edvard Moser, and we have some fantastic postdocs and PhD students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that beautiful exposition of experimental neurology. We have time for a few questions. Right down there. Can we get a mic? Please state your name and where you're from.
I'm Alan Spradling, Baltimore Carnegie Institution. That was a fantastic exposition of understanding of functional organization of this place system. My question is, it's not a map of the individual cells of the brain. And I want to know how much more do we have to go? Like that torus, what physical size, how many cells are its dimensions, and how close do you think we are of going to the connectomes that are being made by serial EM of every cell and every process to explaining the behavior of the torus in the terms of individual cells?
Short answer is that we are just at the beginning, although things are going fast. So one of the things, as you mentioned, that we still don't have is the connections between the cells. So we know that the activity moves around on these structures among these cells. But of course, in order to really understand how you get this bump of activity, how it moves in accordance with our movement in physical space, you need to know how the cells are connected together. Indirectly, we have some evidence for this because you can see which cells fire together, but ultimately you need to get some sort of connectome, and as you can imagine, in mammals that is a little bit far away, but it's coming in flies now, so who knows where we are in 5 or 10 years.
I have a question while we wait. You said that this concept is highly phylogenetically conserved, and you just referred to flies. How far can we go here?
Yeah, excellent question too. So I talked about the torus, and the torus has only been seen in rodents. But there's a simpler version because our direction system, just knowing north, east, south, or in the room frame here, is much simpler, and even flies can do that. And it seems to be based on the similar mechanism. So there is not a torus, it's a ring of cells that are functionally connected together in the same way, very much in the same way. And this is already expressed in flies, so it's probably all over. And I think the whole navigation system or orientation system in the brain is based on mechanisms that probably evolved very, very early and work pretty well, so they've been conserved.
Yeah. Great. There we go. Again, state your name and place.
I was intrigued with the spatial tests you had were so poor in terms of cues. There seemed to be a little block on one side, and that was it. If you increase the number of cues on those test things, do you get a sharpening of the spatial spots, or is that just intrinsic, that scatter?
Yeah, it's interesting, yes. We intentionally try to strip off everything as much as we can, and sleep is the ultimate solution to that, right? But in order to find the intrinsic mechanism. But of course, in real life, this system takes into account the landmarks, as we call them, or the things, objects that are around. In many ways, they have their own influence on the internal map, so that we see that as distortions in the map, so it doesn't get so regular as it otherwise gets. But it just means that while you have this template map in the brain, you use it, you have to adapt for the small realities of the world, and the brain has a way to do that.
Last question to the right.
So I have a question about your...
Please state your name and place.
Oh, sorry. I'm Barbara Yatzak from Berkeley. I have a question about your nice grid with the rhomboid pattern. There's quite some scatter among the correlated points. So as the animal repeats their path through the box, does that correlation get tighter? In other words, does the fluctuation decrease?
No, I don't think it gets tighter, but as the animal walks through the box, it actually goes through several iterations of the torus, because the unit, remember, is a rhombus, and the rhombus, if you connect it on the sides, becomes a torus, so that it is pretty regular. If you mean by whether it gets tighter with experience, then, okay, that's related to the previous question. So external landmarks or objects, they do have an influence. So in that sense, I wouldn't say it gets tighter, but it may even get distorted. It gets slightly different, but the overall pattern is still the same.
So the scatter among the points stays the same?
Pretty much.
Great. Thank you again. Okay. Before we break for lunch, two things. For those of you who are interested in picking up the biographical essays for all of our speakers, they are now available on the back desk. So when you exit, you'll be able to pick up a copy. And secondly, where's Patrick? There he is. Patrick is going to give us our own map, not toroidal, about how to get to the Scripps Institute after lunch. So please, Patrick, go ahead.
Thank you, Nina. And this was probably the most concerning part of our entire having a meeting outside of Philadelphia. We wanted to keep it all as compact as possible, but Scripps Research Institute offered us their incredible auditorium that's designed for musical performances, and so that's where we're going to move to this afternoon. But as I'm sure you can imagine, moving 150 people, even though it's only a mile and a half or two away, we're worried about. So I want to give you all a clear outline of what we plan to do, how we plan to get there. So we've hired 3 large coach buses. The first one is going to leave at 1:15, and then they're going to leave at about 15-minute increments after that. Those buses are going to be right outside of here. So if you walk out of this door and look left, there's a circle, and that's where the buses are going to be departing from. So the first one is at 1:15, and Linda Jacobs is our staff member, Director of Development, who is leading that coach bus. And if you want to talk to her about the annual fund, that is a great time to do it. Second one is Michelle McDonald, who I think had to step out, but she's our librarian. She's also happy to talk about the annual fund. And then third is Linda Musamechi. She's on the 3rd bus. She'll be your bus captain on the 3rd bus, and she's happy to talk about research and grants. And then afterwards, when you get off at Scripps, it's a very short walk to the auditorium. We'll have staff there guiding people there. We're going to have 2 sessions and then a performance. There's a social hour before the performance for everybody, and then we're doing the same thing in reverse on the way back. So we have 3 buses on the way back. The first one's leaving immediately afterwards. If you miss the bus, Megan Romney, is Megan in the room? Megan Romney right here is going to be at the hotel. So if you happen to miss the bus, she's going to be the last person leaving. She'll be in the roundabout here, and she can help you maybe get an Uber or something like that. So let's do this, right? Okay, it's time for lunch.